Alright, so it goes. Hey, Ectopic Beats, thanks for luck. Thanks for luck, Boondock. Yeah, and that always makes me sad. I didn't actually know until adulthood that Lufia series is considered obscure, at least in the United States. Because most of my friends in high school that were into Super Nintendo games had played one or both Lufias. I like that Black Panther soul emote. Get a tutorial for a mechanic that's only used like 3 or 4 times in the whole game. Worst battle rooms. Getting which thing to put the mod on. That was pretty solid aside from the pot mistake. Hey Bamboo, thanks for luck. Hopefully there'll be less death to gold golems in this run. Yeah, they're only in apostrophe 3Y Kingdom as far as I know. Because of the amazing US localization. Instead of Grazie Kingdom, we get apostrophe 3Y Kingdom. It even calls it apostrophe 3Y Kingdom in your save files for your location. Yeah, definitely Mixels. feel like a lot of this game's major flaws can be fixed just by playing with a bug fix patch. That's what I did the last time I did a casual playthrough. Hey, Midland Dweller. Hey, Ben's good. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of little stuff that just kind of adds up to make the game look a lot less polished than it really is. Like the text glitch with menus when you use the when you use the L and R buttons to page between characters is pretty unfortunate. Hey, David. Well, it's the easy kind of time shift. I handle this one a lot better than the spring one. Hope everyone else in the US and Canada remembered to adjust their alarms properly. Not miss out on that extra hour of sleep. Okay, I get everybody except people in Arizona and Hawaii, I think. Well, supposedly it's only going to be a thing for one more year. Who knows, though? But I need another boomerang. I live with 11, but 12 is a little too much. Hey, Emily, thanks for luck. Hope all is well on the party bus. Hey, Senator, thanks for luck. Shoot the monster sprites in the order you fought them. I'm gonna move over. A sword there that's effective against bugs. Hey, backslash? fight that I don't use a boomerang on. Hey, Roadstorm. Not a bad series of fights. Didn't know that that's gonna happen if I move a step down setting. Ooh, it's a nice vacation. Hey, Noddle, come in. I was in the fortunate position of not having to get up particularly early today, so they have to worry about time adjustment. Save slot 2 in it. Hey, it's happy preemptive birthday too. Really. Oh my goodness. I didn't have it in me to do Draconian quests when I played DQ11. Best of luck to you. Hey, Ilroy Judson. Looking for 50 or higher on these boomerangs. To get the kill in 4 hits. Oof. I would have died if he did flash instead. Yeah, literally the only way he wouldn't die to that is with a 48, which I think is the lowest possible roll. Good if you can get a 47. That was a decently fast catfish fight, although I got a lot of encounters in the cave, which is why I lost time. Hey, Pyro Hedge. Maybe these splits also got 12 boomerangs. Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, and I had to make 2 trips to the item shop too. So yeah, it's probably the single biggest reason I lost time there. Actually, that sucks, Rosestorm. Hopefully it gets fixed. Anyone hasn't seen this run before, whenever I'm on the Overworld, which is the only part of the game that you actually have true random encounters, I can avoid them by periodically going into the menu. I take a bit more risk with it early in the game, though, when there's not much risk of actually taking meaningful amounts of damage from counters if I get them. Something I still need to do a bit of science testing on as far as which overworld walks in particular I can kind of be looser with the menu trick on. There's definitely some segments kind of in the last third or so of the game where there's some pretty dangerous overworld encounters. But early on, not really so much. Hey, Wild Sunflowers, thanks a lot. Hey, Frog, welcome in. Well, GDQ is going to be online, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to like go in person or anything. As far as summer GDQ, I'd really like to be able to submit this game, although it's a ways off. Double boomerang there, actually, that was a waste. More like it. Well, that's historically what it's been the past few years. It's because there were some issues with the hotel that the winter GDQ was going to be at that I'd kind of rather not get into here, but no, the eventual goal is for all GDQs to be in person again. Yeah, that's a pretty... I'd say that's a pretty fair comparison. And this is a very late release Super Nintendo game. But yeah, it's got kind of the for the RPG part, it's got kind of the fast pacing and cool movement tech for Chrono Trigger. Then the dungeons have a lot of puzzle rooms in them that are kind of like out of something like Link to the Past. Puzzles aren't really, I would say, the high point of the speedrun. There's a couple kind of neat skips to break some of the puzzles here and there. Save a boomerang in this. There's a couple puzzles where there's randomness to them based around enemy movements, but aside from that, there's no RNG at all in any of the puzzles. Thanks a lot, Condor. Yes, I do highly, highly recommend this game if you're a fan of classic 16-bit RPGs like Chrono Trigger. Oh, I didn't actually switch. Like Final Fantasy VI, just games like that, I would definitely recommend this. This is not going to be a pretty split. Oh, especially if I have to refight stuff. Okay. This would be a reset if I was further along in my Lufia II speedrun career. Yeah, if you play this on an emulator, I know you can use the PAL ROM which has a lot of bug fixes over the US version. But there's a really nice bug fix and retranslation patch for the US version called True Lufia, which is what I used the last casual playthrough I did. The any % route does a menu glitch to beat the game in about 50 seconds. I haven't actually tried to do the menu glitch yet. But yeah, it's just based around going into the menu, doing a bunch of inputs when you're on, I think, like the stereo versus mono select, and then you can do arbitrary code execution. Never picking it up. Nothing to get the highest possible amount of money. Yeah, you get some pretty good text if you ask for the princess, but you also get less money. That's my split. Like was alluded to, this game does actually have a Pokemon system in it before the first Pokemon game even came out, called Capsule Monsters, which is something we won't actually be using in the speedrun, sadly. It also has it has a built-in randomizer too, called the Ancient Cave. Which I only beat for the first time a couple months ago. Really hard. Wait, 2 more evenings too. We're almost to the end of this dungeon where we have a truly stinky boss called Regal Goblin. In an unmanipulated run, the most significant sources of RNG just for fights is pretty early on. Jam out to this game's really good boss theme. I'm gonna try to put Regal Goblin to sleep. Whenever we get opportunities to do so, which unfortunately aren't really that plentiful without taking risks. This cheater, by the way, being able to call companions and attack on the same turn. Not a very fast fight, sadly. Come on. Hey, do something. Look. Alright, well that stunk to high heavens. Before we head out, though, we're gonna make a little pit stop to get a safety item. Once I'm kind of more serious about trying to push my time, I'm gonna stop doing this. But for now, it's a nice way to add a bit of safety to the next two fairly difficult bosses. Astute viewers may notice I didn't actually open the blue chest that Regal Goblin was guarding. And that's because you don't the game doesn't actually check if you have the key or not. To get through this shrine, you just have to have defeated Regal Goblin. Hey, you get Coop? Thanks a look. That's the only real kind of quote-unquote exploit with key items like that in the game. Stuck at this. Yeah, I mean, well, just do some level grinding and make sure you've got some good healing supplies before you try to fight Camus. I guess my main advice, and then maybe buy some big boomerangs too, which are pretty effective against Camus' goons. Hey, Shinbreaker, welcome in. Yeah, big boomers. This game's way of fitting big boomerang into smaller text box. And we get X boomers, or the ultimate evolution of boomer technology. Hey, Drew Stew. Yeah, I mean, at top level, runs of this game are very, very heavy manipulated. The community created a no manipulation category like last year or sometime, I want to say. That interests me a lot more than actually manipulating the game, because if you do manipulation in this game, it makes it so that every fight follows a script. And granted, it's really, really hard to do too. I mean, there's reasons why the manipulated category has had very little competition for multiple years now. But as far as just kind of what I want to do with this game as a speedrun, the unmanipulated category interests me more. Good evening, Shadowkeep. Thanks to luck as well. Hopefully we will have less death to gold golems in this run. Yeah, the Roth can beat the Ancient Cave in like 8 minutes, I think, fully manipulated, and get all Iris treasures in about 10 to 11 minutes. So, quick switch. Yeah, same. Shinbreaker. Just knowing a lot about the game and what options are like I have, and what's best to do in certain scenarios is kind of what brings me the most satisfaction for running games like this. Yeah, if someone wants to link that, that's fine. I'm sure if you go to the speedrun.com page for Ancient Cave at least, it wouldn't be too hard to find there. Hop back in for a pre-Camu safety save. This is the first actually hard boss in the run, not just random like Regal Goblin. Make a lot of on-the-fly decisions. Hey, Flaccid Road. Hey, Lisa. I'll be back to FF4 someday. Unfinished business with no 64. Hope you were doing alright. Three turns in a row, yikes. All this IP on Maxim going to waste because I don't have any openings to attack. Four in a row. Hey, Faithless Elf, thanks for luck as well. I'm not even sure what to say anymore. I think my game might be broken. Does it again? I'm gonna have to risk doing a full heal with all three, which means there's a couple things you can do that might kill somebody. Okay, at least that woke up Maxim. But most fights I've done, he's done that attack maybe like twice. Guy can use Thunder Blast too, but I want to save as much IP as I can for the next boss. It makes a much bigger difference against Tarantula than against Camu. If I'd have known he was going to do Buster Attack like 8 times, I'd have used some Thunder Blasts with Guy though. That was a bad Camu fight. It was like, I think that was coming up on like 10 Buster attacks. And then a bunch of Call Companions near the end. Which was better than more Buster attacks, but that's the kind of the second worst thing he can do as far as making me use boomerangs. I have to rebuy soon. Hey Brood, yeah. Got mistaken for Albert Camus, possibly. Yeah, clearly this was not a particularly good Camus segment in my splits, either between that fight and the fact that I did the safety item detour after Regal Goblin before leaving his cave. But yeah, along with skipping that detour, I mean, another thing I'm gonna have to do when I'm ready to start pushing my time harder is, if I get opportunities to use Thunder Blast with Guide on Camus, to take them, and just kind of hope that it works out on Tarantula to potentially not have a lot of IP going in. The healing tiles in the tower again, so... I get to make a nice little 2.5 minute return trip into this tower to get some chests that were in the boss room, but Maxim's foolishly decided to peace out without actually opening. Not even sure if manipulated runs are able to skip doing this, because the fire dagger that I'll be getting at the top just makes it such a big difference against Tarantula. Yeah, so much for Camus trying to topple the tower with us in it. Let's leisurely stroll back in. Hey, DW, evening. I already sold the Insect Crush. Maxim has a Kukri sword right now. Hey, Earth Trigger. Some shopping to do here. I did actually do some testing, and leaving. It doesn't actually matter which side of the town you exit from. It's the same number of steps. So I'm just gonna go back to the bottom, which is where the shops are. Tarantula. Well, Tarantula is a hard fight in the vanilla game. I'm a little afraid of what it's like in a hard mode mod. Actually a smidge faster to take the other route to get down here, but I do like having a second shot at a V-Rock. Taking the right side. Yeah, I saw Gilles doing the Kureji Lufia mod briefly, and I know he got owned pretty hard by Lizard Man. I don't actually know what the optimal choice for the B-Rock is if you actually get it this early. You do eventually need it on Salon for when you get to Idura. Boosting her speed. But if you don't get it as a drop, then you can just find one in North Lighthouse. It's getting the drop. Let's just skip that detour. I didn't get an encounter there. So I believe I have a death to this boss in my splits, so if I first try it, I'll save time. You know what? No. We're not gonna do that. But I had to retarget a guy for some reason. Pretend that didn't happen. I thought I had to press up in order to actually target guy with Battle Lust. There we go. Yeah, if we want to make this fight hard, we could buff the spider's attack power. I honestly have no clue which of its attacks would actually benefit from that, but I was no hurry to find out. Oh, okay, you put it. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. The guy's stats matter the most for this fight. Spiderweb is sort of a free turn, and then I don't really take damage, but I've just spent burn a turn rebuffing my agility so that Maxim keeps being faster than Tarantula. Spider can one-shot him. Still save time, even though I reset because of being a dummy. I got getting two blaze attacks with Guy off is pretty nice. It sort of made up for losing Maxim for a couple turns at the end. Gladly accept all of the offers for good RNG. Hey, Gas G's. Welcome, welcome. That's what I like to hear. I am also a big fan of this game, and it makes me sad that it's not quite as well appreciated as like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger are. Love that frolicking animation. Oh, nice. Congrats, Umko. Yeah, I'm glad I got my copy like 2014 or so, back before games like this got their prices inflated exorbitantly. Hey, Normaki. Well, that's about, well, like, yeah. I mean, I got my copy of Chrono Trigger in 95. Or maybe it was 96, actually, I forget what part of 95 it came out in. If it was late, then I definitely didn't get it then. Yeah, I think I paid somewhere between 40 and 50 bucks for my Lufia II cart in like 2014. Yeah, that sounds like you've got some pretty some pretty stellar friends. Good choices in video games. I don't remember what the first game I bought with my own money was, but I do remember the first game that I rented, and that would be Bart vs. the Space Mutants for the NES. I mean, this was a long time ago, but I do remember it fairly vividly. I went to a mom and pop video rental shop down the street from my house, and the owner was unboxing a few new NES games, and one of them was Bart vs. the Space Mutants. And hey, I like The Simpsons. Give this a shot. Oh, that's both cool and not cool, Skeletor. Though nowadays it's possible to replace batteries and cartridges. Granted, it's not terribly convenient to do so for SNES games, at least, thanks to having to do soldering, but at least it's possible. And Destiny of an Emperor is a game I just totally missed out on. Never actually saw it for rental anywhere. Missed out. Let's move this last one. A lot of redos now. I caught it early instead of after I moved the next set of blocks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the only game that I specifically remember renting enough times that it may have made more sense to ask my parents to buy it for me was Final Fantasy IV. I know it took at least 3 rentals to beat it. The Dud. We have Dudud and then Udu Udud for the switch sequences here. Somewhat reminds me of the Wake Up spell from Star Tropics. Yeah, oh yeah. That's why anytime I rented an RPG, I would always, after getting burned by that one or more times, I would not save in the first slot in the cartridge. So that if I wanted to try to rent again, I felt like I had more of a chance. This game I know I never actually rented, though I actually borrowed it from a high school friend. I was fortunate there. I've seen this these last two puzzle rooms stump numerous casual players. You have to realize that you can line up the blocks diagonally in order Mario is missing. Wow, that's another excellent choice. Why do Super Mario World when you can do Mario is missing? Well, my questionable Mario game was Mario Teaches Typing. That was a PC game instead of a NFS game. This is a little sketchy now. Man, this is the first time I've ever really gotten trolled hard by one of the clowns. Nice shadow killer. I definitely approve. Hey, Dick, folks. Ironically, I find the 2 versus 1 clown fights instead of the full party ones to be easier because you don't have to spread out your healing as much. Yeah, in fact, I think that's our first ha 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 we've seen collectively too. They can bombs can just randomly decide to waste turns. Really could have gone for a ha 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 the turn that dropped Salon. Kind of one of the fun things too is if you actually have a capsule monster coming in here, the capsule monster gets to be in both fights here, even though they're taking place at the same time. Consistency there. Quite the rough PR fight and using up the sliding block a little bit. Definitely the time to save here. Purposefully don't do the menu trick when I'm on this part of the overworld because there's chances to get cores here, which are this game's equivalent of metal slimes. I don't believe I have in an actual run, although I have in practice. When I got it in practice, I actually killed one, too. Sadly, unlike in the Ancient Cave in the full game, there's no way to guarantee fights with cores. They're all overworld encounters. Save some MP for warping. Hop in and out here to activate it as a warp point. Come on. No. You don't actually have to go to Gordovan, but you need to in order to activate it as a warp point, and that ends up saving time when you come back later to be able to warp there. bailed out after stepping off. What I really could have done about that goblin too, other than not fail the, I guess not fail the puzzle the first time and give the goblin extra moves. Be concerned about Tia being dead because you have to lose to Gades here. Well, you don't have to, but you will at these levels I'm at. I'll be seeing a lot of the hook. This. You can stun enemies and you need it for quite a few puzzle rooms. I guess to be fair though, I mean, it should really be called like a Morning Star instead of a hammer, but I mean, LOL at fitting that many English letters into a game like this. Yeah, the fact that there's no tools to stun enemies in the ancient cave is one of the sources of difficulty for sure. Yeah, I miss the key meme. Pipe music time. For a very brief period. And of course he does this in the last turn to save time. We'll be hearing a lot more of that later. Optimally what happens is that he just does Destructo Wave on the first turn and kills everybody. The guy needs to not be at full health to get one shot by it. Called Iris, please go find my treasures. Yeah. Now this Maxim at least makes somewhat better decisions than to go looking for Iris treasures in the ancient cave. Hey, Y2 Trips, welcome in. Yeah, I love this game a lot too. It makes me sad that it's not quite as well known or appreciated as Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger are. Yeah, RX being a plot hole disappointed me too. I mean, I'm sure the plan by the developers was to set up RX to be a more major character in a sequel, but then that just didn't happen. I've heard a couple times that there's a game called Energy Breaker that RX is in, although not really like directly connected to Lufia. And that's also a Japanese-only game. Something I'm in the process of doing some testing in is to buy the trick spell at the magic shop there. I haven't found any situations where it would actually be useful yet, although I also haven't tested all of them yet. Like the one that I'm the most interested in if trapping trick would save time on is the tank. Very late game boss. As far as just being able to beat it all, not really, but as far as trying to like push for really fast PB, I would say probably Regal Goblin and or Camus. Actually, probably should have skipped that because I picked up the high magic in Regal Goblin's cave. I don't know. I mean, with the strats I'm using, there aren't really any bosses that can just wipe me with nothing I can do about it. I mean, the strats I'm using, in order to actually game over to a boss, I have to be taking risks. If I absolutely want to guarantee a win, I can. Hey, Scala, welcome in. Hope you're doing alright. Pretty awkward to approach this this encounter from the bottom instead of from the side, but it's worth it because if I approach from the side, I risk getting an ambush. as bad with that when there's 3 or 4 enemies. Throwback to the really obnoxious bridge repair quest in Lufia I. Nice. I think I mostly owe that gold to the enemy room. Probably slightly faster shopping in Merrick's too. Having it routed out a little better last time. Alright, now we get to meet the true hero of the story, Dakar. Who has all of the best lines in the script and is pretty much the best character in battle too during the fights that you have him for. I do approve of how Dakar is a fan of Blaster Master for the NES too. It's one of my favorite old school platformer games. The Blaster Master Zero remake in recent years is pretty solid too. Ring for both some upgraded stats and nice IP ability for an upcoming boss. Smooth puzzle here. I forgot to set up the scope. If I set off another bomb after that, I can actually short-circuit the animation of the bridge raising there. And hopefully the bridge stops raising too, because I've seen it glitch out in a way that the bridge just flies up off the screen. Pretty hilarious. forget who it was that actually got that, if it was like Happy Squid 89. Just know I've seen a video of it somewhere. Selective multi-targeting on this fight is a really cool thing about this game's battle system. You don't have to target your spells on all enemies, you get to choose. Oh wow, I love that Dakar emote. Is that? Oh, Leflin's nice. Not a fan of the health that Salon is at right now. Have another fight after this. Or not, I guess. Still kill 2 of them. Dead. That's it. Unfortunately, I saved right before that. Guess what I could have done differently to try to prevent that was just take an extra turn on the mummies fight before killing the last one, just to make sure I had good health going into trolls. Like it would have been a gold if I hadn't died. Yeah, this fight is there's 2 fights here. I mean, really any fight that has just a lot of regular enemies in it tends to be more dangerous than the boss fights. I'm just gonna burn the turn this time just to make sure Salon is full health. Hey, high spirits. Never to ya. We're doing alright, good sir? This should go considerably better, unless they paralyze, like, multiple characters right away. The good thing about this, though, is that if somebody dies, it doesn't particularly matter here as long as I win, because they're not worth a lot of experience, and also this is Tia's last fight. So Tia being dead doesn't matter at all. Ah, that was an unfortunate time loss. Hey, Munkin. Yeah, been pretty good. This run hasn't really been going great so far, but got a lot of game left. Cabu was a pretty big jerk, as was Regal Goblin, as was Trolls, as was Tarantula, although that was somewhat my fault too. In fact, I think the only fight that went somewhat approaching fast was Catfish so far, actually. Yeah, poor Tia getting knocked out by trolls and mummies and now getting dumped by Maxim. Now this is Lufia II's equivalent of the goofy lunar whale cutscene from Final Fantasy IV, where our hero just ditches his most useful party members because chauvinism or something. And the end result of that is getting to do a fairly hard dungeon where Maxim is our only healer. Actually need to heal after that because you get a storyline heal because of the party change here. Let's go for it. Hopefully the practice I've put in the past couple days will translate into not needing that safety save before going into this tower. A while before the actual save point. Hi, Mr. Pumpkin. I need to do some more practice as far as trying to manipulate a preemptive on this fight, because I thought stunning the bull and getting behind it works, but turned around. Hey, MTI evenings here. Once again in the second sub-3. The NES block. Thanks for the luck. The luck has unfortunately not really been on my side so far, but I'd rather get the luck when I'm better at the game. Pretty stressful room. Not want to get ambushed by those bull enemies. Yep, all that just to make a pumpkin pie. Well, it better be a pretty delicious pumpkin pie. Okay, the snail, I'm pretty sure I can definitely force preemptive. Hey, Monaco, welcome, welcome. I'm also looking forward to tasty pumpkin pies later this month. Set to reset the position of this bowl. A little clunky there, but got my updated strat for that one. In some ways, I would say pumpkin pie is kind of a more quintessential Thanksgiving food than turkey. Now, making it this far without a major derp progress, I would say. Snake is always going to be standing right there, and I need to stun it. Into that one. Hey, Bread Pen, looks like that. Alright, successfully didn't get burned for skipping the safety save before coming in here. Hey, Yosef Hetlani, thanks for the raid. Hey, Happy Man, welcome in. Yes, we're not going to actually be doing it in this run, but this game has basically a Pokemon system called Capsule Monsters, and the way you evolve Capsule Monsters is by feeding them items and loose equipment. Well, I don't believe it would be that far out of the way to pick up Sully, but it would also be more than 0 is the problem. Sully is on Flower Mountain. But I put a bit of time into figuring out optimal menu there, minimizing the number of inputs. Sully defends. Sully defends insert country that you live in. Aim peeking. This turn, the next one should be right. Yeah, those do look like pretty comfy shoes he's wearing. I doubt finding shoes in giant size is particularly easy too. So yay for saving a minute. Largely just thanks to just a better executed tower. There's a lot of pretty tight enemy dodges in this tower. I still got a lot more fights than I should have, but enough fewer to save a minute at least. Yeah, I know. If I wanted to push for a sub 4-hour run, I'd need to be beating Gades 2 around the hour-and-a-half mark. I don't believe any Lufia game has ever been in GDQ. I would like to get good enough at this game to be able to submit it to first and foremost RPG Limit Break next year, but also to Summer Games Done Quick if I can as well. I mean, if I think that I'm good enough at it to make a worthy showing, I definitely will. That's why we're getting good. That's why we're getting started early. I mean, I've got months and months to prepare for submitting for marathons next year. I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm not really sure about a race to kill Gades. I mean, we've had Ancient Cave races and Limit Break. I mean, in the actual Limit Break event, I know we had a 3-way Ancient Cave race, and I think it was 2017, or maybe it was 18. Yeah, I think it was 18, actually. There's also Ancient Cave tournaments twice a year. I think in the generally January and like June, so it's twice a year. Fatal Blowout and Jelly Jam. The last time that the full game was in Limit Break, at least, was the very first marathon in 2015. Oh, thanks, Deal Player. Now, Elmegas has run this game a lot. He's mainly focused on the Ancient Cave the past couple years. Like the last time I remember him actually like grinding the full game was probably maybe like 2014 or so. So it's been quite a while. I don't think Bowie runs this game. A lot more focused on like Shining Force and Shadow Hearts games. Oh yeah, back when GSH was a thing, there was, I believe there was pretty much always somebody playing either this game or Mystic Quest at all hours of the day. I've never speedrun Mario RPG, and I mean, I like the game, but I don't really see myself speedrunning it because the run just has a lot of stuff in it that I don't think would be fun to do fast. Like a lot of required mini games that you have to get really good at to get good times at, and isometric platforming. It's probably a game I'm pretty unlikely to ever speedrun. I'd do a casual play of it again at some point, just 'cause it's been quite a while. Hey, Faizu, morning, sir. Ah, nice. Well, hopefully we have less bonkings of GSH attendees by falling lamps if it comes back. Yeah, it's not even really the super jumps that intimidate me the most about speedrunning Mario RPG, and it's just all the various required mini games that are difficult to optimize, and the isometric movement and platforming. Ah, yes. This music that you get very, very, very well acquainted with if you ever try to solve the world's most difficult trick, Dragon Mountain. The longest block of cutscenes in the whole game, too. Game soundtrack is so good. There's some tracks that don't really do a whole lot to me, but there's nothing in this game's soundtrack that I would find bad or offensive, and then there's a lot of really heavy bangers too. Safety save just because bad things can happen when I only have 2 party members. If I wiped, that would probably be over 10 minutes lost. Or like probably more like 15 actually, with having to redo part of the Ancient Tower, the Gades fight, the escape, and then all the marriage cutscenes. Yeah, I've heard a lot of music from this game in Mega Man ROM hacks too. I know there's a Mega Man 2 ROM hack. I remember that uses the Sinistral boss theme for the Robot Masters. know how to actually what the optimal way to do this one is. My notes. I don't know how much it really matters in the end, though, as long as it takes. Puzzle would be a little more intimidating if there was actual RNG to where the reptiles go. But unfortunately, it's not. This is the section I'd be able to skip if I'd have gotten a B-Rock drop back in the Ruby Cave earlier. Did I just come down here to get a B-Rock instead? With the B-Rock, Salon is now can be faster than Idura, which changes the dynamics of this fight in my favor quite a bit. It was a really high damage roll too. Probably a pretty good chance I'm gonna wipe. That sucks. And I guess I take back what I said earlier about how there aren't really boss fights in this run that I can just lose with nothing I can do about it, because that I wasn't really able to do anything about. Idura using a melee on Salon that did a really high damage roll on top of it. It would have been a gold too. It's a shame. some ways, the flunkies are actually more dangerous than Idura, because they're really strong. They attack. Attention to his health to know if I actually needed that or not. So ideally, I actually come out of this fight with Maxim having some meaningful amount of IP so that he can use it for healing on the lions, but I'm just gonna buy the stronger spell for Maxim instead. Yep, that's the last time we see Gyros until the end of the game. Gets left with a random relative. Stop promoting Metroid games here. Optimally, I'd be able to skip buying the stronger spell for Maxim, but because he doesn't have IP, it's make the Lions fight a lot riskier. But we'll be going to the ancient cave soon enough, at least the island where it is. Yep, this is the port town theme, which is most notably used for Gruberik, which is where the town by the ancient cave, which we are actually going to be going to pretty shortly. I think it's after the next dungeon. This time we didn't hear the Majestic Mountains theme. Sleep when it mattered, at least. Tricky times. Amateur gardening. We get the afterthought tool. This is the one that's used this number of times. So he's getting to set flammable enemies on fire, metaphorically at least, is nice though. Good old-fashioned hookshot moves here. Gonna be a much worse one on Shrine. Need to stun the Mudman enemy there for troubles. Looking at a nice gold here if the lions go off. How many of them did I paralyze? Just one. And we're back ahead. I think I should have saved a bit more time than that, given that I pretty well with the enemy dodges in the dungeon. Chopping here definitely could have been faster though. progress the story, you have to stay at the end. This is where you want to be really, really careful, because if you pick the second option there, you're going to the ancient cave. But Maxim is unable to resist the temptations anymore. To the cave we go. Yeah, I heard that too, somewhere, somehow. Does this island look familiar to anybody? And since this isn't a super serious run, we'll pop into this house for a little bit of important lore here. Once you're hooked in the ancient cave, you're stuck in this city for a long time. It'd be nice if this was a if this could be an exploit to get out of having to watch this cutscene that you normally see when you enter the city from the dock. But I'm pretty sure if you don't watch this cutscene, then Idora isn't going to be in the Tower of Sacrifice. I haven't actually tried it, but I'm pretty sure. If it were actually possible to skip this cutscene, then speedruns would be doing it already. Chill entertainment via old RPGs is what I aim to provide. Phant, huh? Not Phantom Tree Mountain. Oh, thanks. Get the compliment. Hey, Ketsy. I'm playing better, I feel like, but I'm getting some just pretty horrendous luck in a lot of the boss fights thus far. Plenty of game left to go, but certainly could be going a lot better. Do not want to mess around with those unhappy squids, by the way, just because they can ruin your day pretty hard with this nasty AoE attack they have. Alright, so there's a way to break the puzzle in this room that I just learned recently. Let's see if I can do it. Alright, nice. So with that really precise series of movements there, I'm able to set off a bomb in a way that it overrides the game, pushing me away from the mean face. It's normally blocking the way there. Passed up both of our opportunities to recruit Gusto, the Capsule monster, there. It's a weird magnetism puzzle. Now it's time to find out if the game is over here. Hey, Anchor Eternal, thanks. There's a pretty hilarious offlock that happened to a runner named Vultuz once, where his game crashed when during this cutscene where the text on screen was "the game's over." Game's over. This and the next fight with Idura are going to be considerably easier because of the sleep balls I bought at the ancient cave town. The whole reason for going there. That's more like it. Yeah, this tower went terribly in my splits, now that I think about it. I don't think I died to Idura or anything, but I just remember it just went really badly. I think I only got like one unplanned fight here, and then I learned the puzzle room skip. Save some time. Yeah, same with sunflowers. Telefragging, very serious concern. Don't let friends get telefragged. Alright, it is time for go mode! Get the Dakar Blade. If anyone's never seen a speedrun of the Ancient Cave mode, Dakar Blade is the most desirable piece of equipment in the whole game. It basically lets you do the highest possible amount of damage in one hit, which is really important for the final boss. Most of the enemies that I'm stunning are aggressive enough that it's worth taking the time to stun them. There's others where I'm just doing it just to be safe, like those lions, despite being lions, aren't actually that aggressive. Yeah, I only beat the Ancient Cave Jelly for the first time a few months ago. I'll be sleep blocking Idura for the rest of the fight. He's bobbing up and down, I can tell he's still asleep. Nice. Or let's just call that practice paying off. If the luck had been better in this run, I'd be more like 10 minutes ahead at this point. All in due time, though. Again, I'd rather save the luck for when I'm better equipped to take advantage of it. Almost forgot to de-equip Dakar until about halfway through the escape sequence. Wouldn't be like a run-ending mistake, but it would be pretty bad. Once again, the sounds of starting over after seeing the serious fun screen after wiping the cave. Meet our lovable nerd friend, Lexus Shaya. I can't help but wonder if when they made Lufia 1 that they were fully intending to do a prequel at that time, because they do name drop Lexus once in Lufia 1, and it adds absolutely nothing to the story of Lufia 1 in any way, so it felt more like set up for a prequel or a sequel than anything else. Yeah, it's Ryle Shaya, I think his name is, in Lufia 1, who's a descendant of Lexus. With all this talk about ships, if it isn't obvious, we're starting the series of fetch quests in order to get our own ship. The Flower Girl is a unique sprite, too. Game only came out 1 year before Final Fantasy VII. Stop, hammer time. Well, it's really more of a morning star than a real hammer, if you ask me. Hey, Chrono, come in. Thanks a lot. Encounter I do not want to see. Sure, in this excellent set of dungeons, any in-dungeon healing I should do with Maxim instead of Salon. It's a while before I get any good opportunities to recover MP without having to make a detour to visit an inn. I need a lot of MP for warping around to progress the story. Hey Andy, yeah, I've been watching a Japanese run lately to get, even though it's manipulated. I've been using it to get ideas for movement routes through rooms, and it makes me sad that run it just takes a different pit into that room and skips the burn sword completely, not needing it because of manipulations. It's like this. Yeah, by cutting the dual blade shrine in the bottom floor of the ancient cave out of the game, get more stuff apparently. we got our last boss that we're gonna be choosing out with the blue balls. Salon not having enough Lufia II battle lists kinda sucks though. I need to do a fireball or two to make up the damage I'm losing. Definitely not awake now. Bobbing up and down like that. A lot of failed encounter skips in the dungeon, resulting in Salon dying, which resulted in not having the IP for 2 battle lusts on the boss. Yeah, I mean, this game did come out before the first Pokemon game did, after all. Let's pop in here to cure that poison. I mean, I'm sure the concept existed in some form long before the first Pokemon game, but it does count for something. This game did it before Nintendo did. Yeah, I've actually never played a Pokemon game myself. I like to just say that I think if I'd have been born about 5 years later than I was, I would have been at the right age to be to get into Pokemon when it first became popular in the US. Oh wait, I didn't have to come back up here. It's after coming back with Now we're hearing the in-jungle here. We aren't actually getting healed by that scene. It'd be nice if we did, because that would make running out of MP for warping a non-issue. As long as I'm pretty diligent with just doing mid-dungeon healing with Maxim instead of Salon during this whole sequence, I think I should have okay. I do have the safety high magic too. I'll eventually cut out of my route when I don't feel I need it anymore, but having the high magic from the cave bridge cave is kind of nice, both for the ancient tower, which is where Maxim is my only healer if I need more MP, and for this segment here if Maxilon runs out. Slightly faster to use the high magic than to still get it in. Now we get to do one of the longest dungeons in the whole game, Dunkirk North Cave. Lexus's main time to shine. Hey, Data Lotus, welcome in. No, I haven't played the Chrono Trigger randomizer yet. The only RPG randomizers I played are the ones for Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VI. Although the FF6 one I've only played like 3 times or so. Oh, I take that back. I played the one for Mystic Quest as well. Skipping Zeal sounds really sad. Sadly, no. Yeah, you do specifically have to use bombs on that that wall there. Which is the case for pretty much all like things that require multiple bombs to activate. The game will let you use the hammer instead. This one I can hammer though. Alright, you yourself a good night, MTI. Thanks for stopping by. If I can make it through this whole cave without forgetting to do something, I should definitely save some time. There's so many switches that you have to hit in this dungeon, it's kind of easy to miss one. A lot of them aren't. The need to press the switch is immediately apparent. Alright, made it through the first half of the dungeon without any foibles. Preemptive manipulation there. This is where Lexus gets to shine as far as having an AoE attack weapon that does fully elemental damage because of the undead ring and has a bunch of strength boosting stuff like the Lion Fang. Well, not a bunch, but some strength boosting stuff on top of it. I haven't decided on a goal for this game yet. I'd absolutely like to get a sub 420 or so, but how much closer to sub 4 I push is gonna depend on just how much I enjoy the grind. I'm expecting to at this point, just because getting good at like the movement and menuing in this game feels like it's gonna be extremely satisfying. Casual run through this game, I would probably peg at maybe like 20-25 hours. Pretty typical for most Super Nintendo RPGs that aren't Final Fantasy VI. Longer. It's only one. Nice. Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 is a pretty long game, too. Definitely be more in like the 30 to 35 hour range. Right. Should save a little here, although I forget how long this cutscene takes. Yeah, 70 hours is pretty generous, even if you do New Game Plus, to put all the extra endings. Although, to be fair though, I've definitely put in more than 70 hours in Chrono Trigger over my life, with speedrunning and stuff. But I'm certainly a edge case. start with that. Oh no, it's Maxim that has the beer. Yeah, that is crazy, Ubisoft, for sure. That's honestly a big part of why I got into RPGs in the first place, was the number of games that my parents would buy for me was limited enough that when the time came, like for my birthday or Christmas or something, I'd ask for an RPG because I knew I'd be getting a lot of playtime out of it compared to like a Mega Man or Castlevania game or something. Aw, but I want to be counted. It's a nice psycho emote. And nice gold split too, just from cleaner movement through the dungeon. I guess, yeah, if you do absolutely everything there is to do in Chrono Trigger, which means both getting all of the endings and grinding to level 99 to fight the ultimate form of Specchio, I could maybe seeing it pushing like 50 hours or so, but yeah, 70 sounds a little generous. Yeah. The last couple big golds have pretty much just been because of actually practicing these dungeons offline and working on setting up practice save states for each dungeon and boss fight in the run the past couple weeks, and then yesterday and today's sessions were this middle leg of the game. Once we get past the next dungeon, that's going to be past what I've actually put, like, some off-stream practice in, so the golds are probably going to chill out a little bit, but we'll get there. I still buy the spells, but I can do that. What's wrong with doing RPGs? I mean, like I said, when I would actually get to own a game, I would ask for an RPG because of knowing I'd get a lot of playtime out of it, and I would just rent like platformer type games instead of buying them. I'll probably get Tactics Ogre Reborn. There's a lot of other games coming out soon that I'm a little more interested in, just because I did play Tactics Ogre on the PS1 long ago. I'm pretty excited for the Crisis Core remaster, just because I haven't played that in a very long time, and then Octopath Traveler 2. Tactics Ogre has a really interesting story where you get to make some pretty heavy decisions as part of it that I won't spoil for the moment I play it. Yep. Well, you won't have to make that argument for me. I'm much planning to play the Crisis Core remaster. Oop. Okay, I was afraid I was gonna die there. Do not want to mess around with ninjas ever. That's what can happen. Just forgot my to avoid the ninja too, which is okay, at least I dropped an input. Just trying to use hookshot. As you can see, these are easily one of the most dangerous encounters in the whole game. And casually, ninjas are pretty awful at this point in the game. Groups of 3 of them, and they can all do knife thrower. Because it's been forever and a day since I've played Crisis Core 2, I guess that maybe puts me at a bit of an advantage in that I'm not really going to care about the changes in the voice cast much. I'll probably like the fact that Brianna White is doing Aerith, because her voice pretty well from FF7 Remake. Might be curtains. This is sending me back to the soldiers. Oh, well, wasn't a bad enough loss to need to kill the whole run, but I think this is definitely RIP PB. It's disappointing. It's disappointing because I practiced this several hours ago too, and I messed up literally every ninja room in that tower. All 3 of them. I know what I need to practice next. Practice again next. Bad enough time lost to need to kill the whole run. So, still used to having to immediately go into the menu to cast the warp spell after hitting the overworld instead of getting in the shop like I do here. the segment is 7 minutes. That's might not be a full rip on PB, given that I have assuming I don't die again, because I have a death on the Fire Dragon segment in my splits. I don't first try the gargoyles and stuff. Over in the sense of being able to PB, not finish. Alright. There. Way. Yeah, it's called practice paying off. Like the last couple segments of the run, I'd been doing some save state practice on earlier today. Fortunately, I just had a death in this tower. It's probably going to be costing me the better part of 10 minutes. I think it is still possible to PB, even with that death, though, if the rest of the run is okay enough. Nothing else. This is giving me good practice on this tower. I don't even care that I got tagged by this. Guys, as long as it's leave me alone. Still don't care. Just no more ninjas. This samurai wants to do the samurai two-step with me, apparently, following me out of the room. Part of why this dungeon is so short, especially compared to the previous one, is that there's no boss or other required fights. I'm probably going to be roughly even, actually, coming out of this now. A minute or so for this cutscene sounds about right. Yeah, definitely Power H. Yeah, especially at the smaller size and on the column. Kind of see how that might look more like a slime than a gem. Kind of uncertain whether to do that or do a picture of Hans, this guy, for the Northeast Tower split, but the kind of like the imagery of the ordinary gem better. But now with this, we've now gotten to the end of what I'd practiced this weekend. Be a little more slow going as far as having to do a lot more looking at notes to remember where to go and stuff. I don't have any more deaths, PBs. It's still possible for sure. I mean, whether it happens or not, I don't really care that much. I mean, I'm still still in the learning stages for this run. Which I've been saying for quite a while, but this is a skill ceiling on Lufia II is very, very high. I've found this what goes into getting a good run. Oh, I kind of need to go to Rio, huh? Well, but at least I can warp back here, but take a minute. I want to be pretty conservative with my menu cancels here, just because I think you can get assassins on the Overworld here. Not as bad as ninjas, but they're pretty bad. Oh, we can actually advance the story here. Alright, you have yourself a good one, Norvaki. I liked last time I got started about an hour later than I would have liked. At some point too, I would like to do some do a few runs of this at European-friendly hours too, just because I know the game is very popular in Europe. Me being able to do a stream at roughly noon my time is going to take things lining up as far as having no real commitments on a Sunday. Gargoyles time. Terror balls that have a 50-50 chance to insta-kill them. Hopefully at least one of them dies before they attack. Fan of having to revive Salon like that, but at least I first tried it. As long as I kill at least one of them before they attack, it's not terribly likely at that point that I'm gonna wipe. Our final party member now, Party Artie. Just inconsistently called Artea, because that's what he's called in English version of Lufia 1, but in Japanese he's just Ati. One I know I need a lot of practice on. Is remembering the optimal route through this hookshot puzzle. I did that pretty well. The fact that I have to do this hookshot puzzle twice every time helps in as far as how to do it. Have a good one, Wild Sunflowers, and stop by. Probably most of that 50 seconds is probably from the chat room. Shrine of Vengeance is a pretty long dungeon, but fortunately a pretty large chunk of it is optional. We're skipping it in the basement area. We're having to make a lot of return trips here to find all the dragon eggs and all that casual playthrough. Yeah, I mean, it's always felt missing to me that you never actually have a fight with Ammon until the end game. Like, it sure as heck feels like they're building up for you to actually fight Ammon. Like in the last dungeon, I was just in the Divine Shrine, would have worked perfectly as far as already unleashing all of his rage on Ammon for taking away, I think it's his sister, I think, Elka's. Get boxed into this room by the Dullahan there. Don't take any chances at all, but step count. Puzzle feels so out of place, and I love it as far as having to de-wrinkle the carpet here. this turn. Now that Salon can actually use her IP, or not, apparently. Hopefully, Salon missing that experience isn't too problematic. Super Mario RPG is a game I like playing, but don't really ever see myself speedrunning. It has a lot of stuff in it that just doesn't look fun to do fast to me. It's not even the super jumps, which are the scariest part of the run, really, that turned me off to it. It's just all the required mini games and asymmetric platforming that just doesn't look fun to me to try to optimize. Nice, I should have shut all the way up so to get back on it. Oh yeah. I mean, but yeah, that's not something you have to do to be able to just finish a run at all, though. Because stuff that scared me away. Oh, 8 seconds? I thought it was more than that for the manipulation stuff. I would hope if you're putting yourself through that much frame-perfect stuff that it's at least like removing opportunities to get really trolled really hard by bad RNG. You know what? Most of the rest of the game, like a really bad random encounter can wipe me pretty easily. remember having to unlock this door. Something wrong here. Okay, I guess stepping on the wrong switch one of my previous trips through that room locked the door. Good to know, because that... failing at once, might have to go back to the console. Mosh pit room. Felt off as far as where the box is. We need that. So, said. It's always there. Which pit we go? Hey, Curious, come in, welcome in. Oh, good luck with your own runs. I have 3 minutes to save on my gold here, which tells me something went either very wrong in this tower or afterwards and I had to redo the boss fight. And I've had multiple party wipes in the next segment in the Dragon Mountain that encounters. Hopefully we don't do that again tonight. I forgot to. You know what? I'm gonna redo that just because I don't want Salon to miss more experience. But yeah, I missed a menu somewhere. I think to equip the rocket ring at some point. Oh no, he does have it. It's because of missing that experience on Bench Ghost that I'm slower than I should be there. Weird to have an issue with the White Dragon's fight, which is meant to be one of the easiest in the run. Well, then again, I did also forget to move Artie to the front row, or move Salon to the front row. Maybe that's actually what caused the problem, that she did less damage with her tooth. Well, not better as far as losing 47, but Salon got the XP. Yeah! Heavily chromatic dragons, I guess. Missing the Sonic Ring, but I don't actually have it yet. So it's about checking the speed, relative speed and the weight. Play blind umpiring suit. This long time before I can do that without notes. Say hi to the world's most difficult trick. fun. It has almost no IP, so I'm not going to be able to use Weapon Weak on the dragon, which means it can one-shot characters with Bite Attack. This is what we want to see, though, just because the AoE attacks aren't going to kill me as long as I use champion every time I group. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. Chill entertainment is what I aim to provide. This dragon is trying to provide to a cat of man. Note to self, I really shouldn't sell my awakes. It's probably a good thing. No, the run doesn't use capsule monsters. It's not really, it wouldn't be that big of a detour to pick up pretty much any of the capsule monsters, but they don't really contribute damage or anything to fights, and the extra dialogue and animations eats up a fair bit of time over the course of the run. Yeah, I know I had a kind of a pretty costly death too on the Fire Dragon segment in my splits, which is why I saved a lot of time there, even though that was a really bad dragon. Yeah, I mean, the puzzles in this game are pretty reasonable overall, but there's a couple that can be roadblocks. But it's certainly good that the internet exists nowadays as far as just able to look up the solutions. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really common one to get stuck on, is the color changing block puzzle in the first dungeon after you get Salon, the treasure sword shrine. What? What? Okay. Oh, I targeted myself instead of the boss there with the song. I get to see amazing thing about the English version, or I should say the US version of this game, is that the blade shrine is broken pretty badly by a graphical glitch. Yeah, for playing this casually, I would recommend using a bug fix patch called Lufia. Actually lets you see what's happening during this cutscene. Well, I wish Tia's drowsy spell worked that well against Regal Goblin. About 3.5 hours ago. Yep, the US version of this game was not QA tested particularly well. They did fix that glitch in the European version, along with just a lot of other major glitches in the game. Yeah, that's a pretty... sounds pretty likely, actually, that whoever QA tested it got stuck on the Treasure Sword Shrine puzzle and gave up. Yep, you little hoochies. Alright, so this time I am 100% gonna save at the start of the next dungeon. If I die to the Gold Golem encounter again, I'm not gonna have to kill the run. Build my run next week. Oh yeah, and then in addition to the Treasure Sword Shrine being glitched out, we're now in apostrophe 3Y Kingdom instead of Grazie Kingdom. Amazing thing about the instruments. Yeah, the tank sprite is just so amazing between the mean face on the front and then the Burger King piloting it. Yeah, I'd love to see a tank Burger King emote of some kind. waste of the boss theme there. Literally the same soldiers I fought as a boss about an hour ago. This was the golem that killed me last time. Now we get to go out of bounds. This is allowed in the no major glitches category because it's just the end, just skipping like 2 rooms or so, which you normally have to go through to get the key. Not enough to just push that, I have to do this too. Take time. Fight. Hey, some dude with me. Doing alright. I mean, this run has had a lot of problems. I think I've had 3 deaths and a lot of other issues of various sizes and flavors, but the fact that I'm still ahead at all is showing that practice is paying off. is faster than the tank. Should really be doing the healing here. Yeah, because he's a lot stronger. This is a fight I want to look into learning the trick spell for. Boosting damage output a bit there helps. I like to think here that the self-destruct button for this castle is like where you'd find a garage door opener in a normal house, as far as just how fast the castle starts exploding. This is a much more difficult run than FF6 glitchless. Particular just because of how much more technical the movement through dungeons is as far as avoiding encounters and solving the puzzle rooms quickly. No. It is possible to do manipulation for battles in this game, but that's not allowed in the rule set I'm using. Manipulation lets you basically make battles follow a set script where everything plays out kind of like a tool-assisted run. It's also very difficult to execute, too. Kind of the closest thing this game has to a step route is that when you're on the overworld, you can avoid random encounters by periodically going into the menu. There's kind of an optimal rhythm for how frequently you do that. Coming into the home stretch, just have 3 short towers, and then we've got Doom Island, which is basically just a boss rush. Pretty epic one. where we get into what I like to call the musical tour de force that is the endgame to Lufia II. Each of these towers does have a number of forced encounters, but fortunately all of them you can guarantee a preemptive on. Takes a lot of the sting out. Some of these enemies are actually pretty dangerous, but just the fact that I can guarantee a preemptive makes them pretty free. I didn't run any games for Limit Break this year, although I was a backup runner for some stuff, but I did a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, I'm in charge of the games committee for Limit Break as far as the games and making the schedule and dealing with blocks during the event. Like, we ended up having to add 2 games to the schedule because of getting ahead, which is a good problem to have. Oh wait, I was supposed to use Dragon Teeth. Hey, Tin, good morning! Yeah, I get to see more than just like the tail end of the credits this time, thanks to me getting a kind of a late start and having a couple unfortunate party wipes all throughout this, but the fact that I'm still have a chance at even a squeaker PB definitely shows that practice is paying off. I was about almost 10 minutes ahead at one point before I had about an 8-minute death. It's time for the big guy. Oh yeah, I also did commentary for the Legend of Mana run by Lemur. Oh, thanks, Firetooth. IP for this. This fight is more, other than using one Berserker to boost my attack power, is mainly just about letting Gades give me a bunch of IP to use on Ammon in the next tower. Slow aside, but it's been a while since I've actually done this part of the run, since I died in the tank segment last week, and it did just jump to a save at the end of the game. like the divine armor, which is censored as pearl armor in the equipment inventory, but they didn't censor it in that cutscene. Yeah, you're pretty. I mean, the only real points in this run where you're not extremely underleveled or when you get new characters joining up, just because when new characters join you, they're at the level you're expected to be at in a normal playthrough. So like when Artie first joins you, he's like 12 levels higher than Maxim. Just thanks to the fact that you can avoid encounters in dungeons through good movement and use of the tools, and then just being able to make effective use of equipment like strengths, weaknesses, and IP abilities. It's supposed to go by. That makes it so that you can get through all of the boss fights pretty reliably, even underleveled. A visit to the casino here. Some armor for Salon that gives her a lot of status protection. Did get the girl here right? I'm pretty sure I did, but I just want to make sure because that's a pretty big fight. Okay. Hey Fred, thank you very much for the raid. And everybody from F. Coughlin stream. Here in the home stretch of a run of the DLC for the ancient cave known as Lufia II: Rise of the Sinistrals. This is a pretty challenging run, and I'm still the learning stages for it, but practice has definitely been paying off, and looking forward to the ride. Hey Sunoku, okay. Hey Shentak, thanks for the raid. Stream went well. Leeches, which is a mistranslation for lich, is these are dangerous monsters that are trivialized by the fact that I can force a preemptive on them, and that I have fully elemental weapons that exploit their weakness. Almost every required fight in the whole rest of the game, including the 4 Sinistrals, is weak against the holy element, so pretty heavy use of that. Another thing we're able to use to get around being underleveled a lot of times is combat items. Like if you've seen a run of Final Fantasy VII where it makes really heavy use of grenades early in the game, there's a couple portions of this run where you're doing some similar strategies. Early in the game we use boomerangs, and then for a couple fights later on we use dragon teeth. If anybody's a fan of banger music and cool sprite work, you're in for a treat too with the next round of bosses. Yeah, I was lurking Yagamoth's Trials of Mana stream a fair bit today while I was practicing for this. And it's maximum comfiness for sure. It's absolutely massive amounts of damage I'm putting out here, coming from just a good setup with equipment, then making use of IP abilities. IP is special attacks you can do based on your equipment, and using the IP meter that's at the bottom of the screen below my HP and MP, which fills up as you take damage. Character's my powerhouse? Probably Maxim at this point. He's just able to do his gear that he has on lets him just do the highest amount of damage with his special attacks. IP is Ikari points. Ikari means anger in Japanese. I have not seen the Willow trailer. Is this for a movie or a game? I'm familiar with the movie from the 80s and the game that's based on that movie, but if there's something new, I haven't heard of it yet. Oh, a series, okay. Sounds pretty cool, actually. I'll have to check that out. Or at least. Is this based on the movie from the 80s then? I've seen that a couple times. Really? So like Val Kilmer and Warwick Davis are returning? Let's cut this spots here. Oh no. Really gotten a lot of practice in on the last about hour and a half of the run yet, so still having to refer to notes a lot to where to go in these dungeons. Getting there. It's almost 10 minutes up at one point in the mid-game from practice paying off before I had a pretty unfortunate wipe in tower. Yeah, I've seen the first 3 episodes of the Legend of Mana anime. Pretty cool so far. I like how it's both being fairly faithful to the game and also fleshing out some of the characters a bit more. Yeah, I'd say it's worth checking out. Just, again, having only seen 3 episodes of it. It's based on the Jumi storyline from the game. It wouldn't surprise me if the anime is successful enough if they might do more seasons based on the other story arcs from the game. The last save point in the game. Say hi to Deus, the boss of the four Sinistrals. Sinistrals just being evil gods, basically. I do have to say, it does impress me nowadays too that the game's able to draw those sparkle rings in these cutscenes without a lot of lag. Deus made the misfortune of choosing to park his floating island in the middle of these three towers and then not move it while he was busy setting up this trap. Yeah, I've heard good things about Energy Breaker, and I've also heard that it's a very, very long game. I saw somebody do a casual playthrough of it once, and I think it took them 40 plus hours. Shoutouts again to Blaster Master. It's one of my favorite platformer games that apparently Dakar named one of his special attacks after. Hey, does Dakar need a reason to ride into town on a whale like that? So. Played Lufia 1. This is the prologue to Lufia 1 that we're starting here. Start our final showdowns with the Sinistrals. These fights are actually very heavily scripted as far as just what the Sinistrals do on each turn. Yeah, you're a lot higher leveled at this point in Lufia 1. I think you're in like the 70s or something. Still be alive at this point because Maxim died in going on the level. Oh yeah, Maxim died in the tank. Still have I have two safety miracles that I haven't had to use either of yet, so I should definitely be good to skip getting any miracles here. Yeah, I like that there's no random encounters in here too. It makes it feel a bit more epic of a finale. Especially with all the nostalgia for Lufia 1 if you've played that. Pretty catchy. I feel no guilt at all about getting this tune stuck in anybody's head. There's a reason that this particular track shows up a lot in like ROM hacks of like Mega Man and Mario games and stuff, even though the game doesn't really have much in common otherwise. Such an epic boss theme. I forgot to switch some rings. I think that's going to mean that Salon is not faster than Aaron. Hopefully this doesn't kill Salon. She's the only one who doesn't have death resistance here. It's like 3 runs in a row where Salon dies to that attack. Yeah, the regular boss theme from this game, I think, is just as good as the Sinistral theme. gonna have to improv this a bit because of finding equipment on here. Salon is still faster. He's just not consistently faster or something. There is much more costly places to die. As far as like where there's long stretches between convenient places to safety save. Like I had like in my run last weekend, I had a death that would have set me back about maybe 15 to 20 minutes at one point, so I ended up just mercy killing the run at that point and loading a save to practice the Sinistrals. That's right, Terra Sumber coming up. I'll be able to catch some of that. Love chill Terranigma streams. I might learn to speedrun that game someday, just because it's the only Quintet action RPG I haven't done speedruns of yet. Many games to run in so little time. I know Zatox has some really nice notes and resources, so I'll definitely be checking those out if and when I pick it up. I don't think so. Lufia 1 is not a particularly popular speedrun. Like, I only know maybe like 3 or 4 people that have done runs of it. Way less popular than this game. Oh, Cruel? Okay, yeah, if anybody did that, it would certainly be Cruel. Next turn he's going to use Dark Reflector, which guy in the back row, so he doesn't off himself from that. Should be it. This Maxim being down a level, which doesn't, alright. Alright, so Deos is the final boss, but we have a little bit more to do before the end of the run. Some really, really epic music to go with it. You little hoochies! Deliciously out of place insult there. Yeah, there's Lufia 1 and 2 on the Super Nintendo, Lufia 3 on the Game Boy Color, Lufia Ruins of Lore, I think it's called, on the Game Boy Advance, and then Lufia Curse of the Sinistrals on the DS. Which is it's a very loose remake of this game. I've only played the two SNES games. I know some stuff about the others, but not really that much because I've only like watched a full playthrough or anything. And after this cutscene here, we get sent on our way with what a lot of people consider kind of the biggest banger of the whole soundtrack. It's called The Savior of Those on Earth. And there we go. Alright, got about a 1-minute PB. Over the splits since text mashing is done. Gee. Not bad for just how many issues this run has, as we'll talk about when we do the recap. But yeah. It's going to be wild splits to run against, but hey. PB in about a month. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. And yeah, this ending did absolutely destroy me as a kid too. Well, I'm probably in the top 10 by default because not a lot of people have done runs of this game with no manipulation. Like there being a community no manipulation rule set has only been around for about a year now. Yeah, because Terranigma never came out in my country, this was the first game I ever played that had a really sad ending to it. Phantasy Star 2 is kind of in that boat too, but I did not play that as a kid. Yeah, Terranigma has a very, very emotional ending too. Hey, Twin Blade. Well, we're about to do a recap as soon as I'm done X-mashing the first half of the ending. Yeah, Illusion of Gaia has some pretty heavy stuff in it, like the slave trade and one of your best friends being turned into a fish, which sounds kind of silly when you just summarize it like that, but the way it's explained, the way it happens in the game is extremely tragic. Guy also has cannibalism in it at one point too. It's censored kind of heavily in the US version at least, but not fully. And the fact that the text starts auto-moving and the music changes right when Tia comes back for the first time in quite a while gives this a little extra oomph too. Alright, so looking back, so well, the start was okay. I missed my split for the crown segment, but that was very, very bad. I missed some switches I need to hit and had to redo 3 forced fights in order to finish the dungeon. The Regal Goblin fight was terrible. I never got it to sleep a single time, and it just kept calling companions over and over and over again after that. The Camus fight was also pretty bad. He did Buster attack like almost 10 times. I mean, in a typical fight, from my experience, he does Buster attack twice. Oh God, yeah. The start of Ori and the Blind Forest destroyed me too when I first played that. And even though they kind of undo what happens in the beginning a bit, later on, what happens in the ending to the game is just as tragic too. So yeah, Camus, terrible luck there. Oh yeah, I thought that I had to do an extra up input to use a buff spell on Guy on the Tarantula fight, but I instead buffed the Tarantula's attack power, so I had to reset and reload that. But I had a death on Tarantula in my previous PB, so I still saved a bunch of time there. I got trolled a little bit by the clowns and made a mistake with the sliding platform room, but I basically tied it. So yeah, that tells me there's a fair bit of time I can save on the Treasure Sword Shrine. Don't really remember much about Gordovon Tower. Cave Bridge was pretty solid. I had a death on Trolls just from really bad luck, basically, on the boss fights. Gades' tower was pretty good. I don't really remember anything too bad there. Oh yeah, I had another death on Idura. That's what, we're up to 3 deaths or resets so far. The one-shot Salon with a high damage melee attack at one point. So I had to redo that. Then from the lions through soldiers, basically the next 5 dungeons after that, I saved almost 10 minutes just from practice paying off. Spent a couple hours yesterday and today just practicing practicing kind of the mid-game dungeons, and yeah, it definitely paid off in a pretty big way with all these big golds here. Don't really remember too much about these dungeons, I guess, other than that they were all right. But then I just screwed up all 3 of the ninja rooms in the northeast tower badly, and then I just barely avoided dying on the first 2, but then I did die on the 3rd ninja room, so that death was probably 8 or 9 minutes. So yeah, I lost 8 minutes on the split, but I'm sure I probably would have saved time there otherwise. But yeah, that's gonna be a pretty nice time save next run, hopefully. Gargoyles fight, I killed one of them before they attacked, which was enough to just make the fight pretty stable, but I had to revive Salon, I think, at one point. Divine Shrine still have a lot, I mean, yeah, because I get basically everything after starting at Northeast Towers, where I need to make my practice save states and do some practice run-throughs, and I've got more time to save just on cleaner movement and Divine Shrine. Venge Ghost, I know the fight was a little jank because I didn't have enough IP going in to do the good strats. I think somebody died and I had to revive them too. Then I had to reset on White Dragons because I think I forgot to swap which characters were in the front row, so my first Dragon Tooth didn't do enough damage to push them into healing mode. Then the Fire Dragon segment, I had a death in my previous PB to a random encounter, which I did not this time. So even though I had a terrible Fire Dragon fight with characters getting put to sleep and me not being able to do anything about it, I still saved like 3.5 minutes there. Ghost Ship and Tank, I think we're just okay. I mean, I know for Grazie Kingdom I need to practice. I want to do some testing too with the Trick spell on the tank fight to see if buying the Trick spell, which is the attack buff spell in this game, helps at all on that fight. And then for the final towers, I mean, I just need to practice so I know how to get through them without having to look at notes and where to go. And then Doom Island is like I know most of the time I saved there was from skipping the miracles in Doom Island. And then I need to do some practice on the Aram fight for just having a plan for what to do if she kills Salon on the first turn, because she's scripted to do Devastation Wave on the first turn, and that's an instant death attack, and the only character at that point that is not immune to that is Salon. And so I kind of need to work out a plan B for that fight if Salon dies on the first turn. But really, just, I mean, for pretty much everything from the last hour of the run, I just need to practice stuff so I don't need notes as much, and then that's going to look kind of like this part here, where I'm just gaining multiple minutes from cleaner movement and menus and everything. So yeah, I don't really have a goal, like a firm goal for this yet, but I definitely want to get like a 4:15 or better eventually, and if I kind of enjoy the run and the grind enough, I might try to go for close to 4 hours, if not sub 4, but we'll see. Like, I think the current record for this category is a little under 4 hours. So just the way it's feeling so far to me is, I mean, with just enough practice and experience with the run, at least getting under 4:30 should be pretty free eventually. It's at that point that you have to start working a bit as far as taking a little more risk. for reward. Potentially being willing to reset over bad starts, stuff like that. Yeah, this is a prequel to Lufia 1. Hey, Nagus Lord, welcome in. Oh, no worries there. I actually don't. I don't accept money donations for streaming. I just do this for fun. Oh yeah, and then yes, I've played every main Wild Arms game except for the original version of the first one. Although I did play the PlayStation 2 remake of it. Right. So oh yeah, and after we're just waiting a little bit here to get our final stats, but yeah, as soon as we get that, going to wind this down and find somebody to host. So definitely appreciate everybody stopping by. This is the main speed project I'm working on right now, but if you're new to the channel, I've got a list of all the other games I've run in the past in my Twitch bio too. I mean, mainly run classic RPGs of the like the Super Nintendo and PlayStation 1 and 2 eras, but I've dabbled in a couple of other things. Like I did run Donkey Kong Country 2 for a while, and I would like to eventually get a slightly better time at that, and then run another platformer type game for a little change of pace. But all in due time. But yeah, I should be back with another run of this game next weekend. I mean, just all the deaths and resets I had in this run, and I still PB'd by about a minute. Definitely says a lot about the progress I've made. Because if this had been totally deathless, then this probably would have been more like somewhere in the low 440s, I want to say. Okay, so then, yeah, we got our final stats here. This is the number of times each party member died in battle over the course of the whole playthrough. Yeah, nobody lays a finger on Dakar, that's for sure. We got our final in-game time. In-game time is paused during menus in this game, which is why it's not used for official timing of speedruns, but it's always kind of a neat statistic to see. Number of escapes is kind of important too. That's just how many regular battles you got into. I know like a really, really, really good run would be in the teens or so for number of escapes. We have a lot of improvement room there. And then we get our Ancient Cave stats, which are blank because we never actually went to the Ancient Cave. Ancient Cave is the game's built-in randomizer.